The real danger is that if we hear enough lies, then we no longer recognize the truth at all. What can we do then? What else is left but to abandon even the hope of truth and content ourselves instead with stories? In these stories, it doesn't matter who the heroes are. All we want to know is who is to blame. In this story, it was Anatoly Dyatlov. He was the best choice. An arrogant, unpleasant man. He ran the room that night. He gave the orders. And no friends. Or at least, not important ones. And now, Dyatlov will spend the next 10 years in a prison labor camp. Of course, that sentence is doubly unfair. There were far greater criminals than him at work. And as for what Dyatlov did do, the man doesn't deserve prison. He deserves death. But instead, 10 years for criminal mismanagement. What does that mean? No one knows. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that to them, justice was done. Because you see, to them, a just world is a sane world. There was nothing sane about Chernobyl. What happened there, what happened after, even the good we did, all of it. All of it. Madness. Well, I've given you everything I know. Don't deny it, of course. They always do. I know you'll try your best.
happened?
I don't know. There's a fire in the turbine hall.
The turbine hall. The control system tank, hydrogen. You and Toktanov, you morons, blew the tank.
No, that's not...
This is an emergency. Everyone stay calm. Our first priority...
It exploded!
We know. Akimov, are we calling the reactor core?
We shut it down, but the control rods are still... They're not all the way in. I disengaged the clutch.
I'll disconnect the servos from the standby console. You two, get the backup pumps running. We need water moving through the core. That is all that matters.
There is no core. It exploded. The core exploded.
He's in shock. Get him out of here.
The lid is off. The stack is burning. I saw it.
You're confused. RBMK reactor cores don't explode. Akimov.
Sasha, don't worry. We did everything right. Something strange has happened. You taste metal.
Akimov!
Comrade Perovoschenko, what you're saying is physically impossible. The core can't explode. It has to be the tank.
We're wasting time. Let's go. Get the hydrogen out of the generators and pump water into the core.
What about the fire?
Call the fire brigade.
You're not on call tonight?
Bringing everybody in, military and civil. Pripyat, Poleskaya, Kiev. This is a big one.
But it doesn't look right. The color.
Private says he thinks they're shining floodlights or something.
And what if they're chemicals?
Not chemicals. The problem's a roof. This is covered in tar, so it's gonna burn all night and it'll stink like hell. That's it. That's the worst of it. Go back to bed.
Is it warm?
Where's the dosimeter?
Here.
Here.
Are they bombing?
What the fuck is this? It's 3.61.
That's as high as it goes. The good one's locked in a safe. I don't have a key. Valera. Your face.
I'm going to find Hodem Chuk in the pump room. You, here. Get Shashanuk. He's in 604. Go. We need to get everyone out!
Hey! We need to get to the reactor hall. The lift's destroyed.
Up 2 flights and across. Why are you going there?
Have you seen Hodem Chuk?
Where's Victor?
Still in the pump room.
Stay here. I'll come back. Victor, I'm gonna get you out of here. Can you stand?
I dropped the control rods from the other panel.
They're still up.
What?
They're still only a third of the way in. I don't know why. I already sent the trainees down to the reactor hall to lower them by hand.
What about the pumps?
Can't get through to Hodem Chuk. The lines are down.
Fuck the phones and fuck Hodem Chuk. Are the pumps on or not?
Stolyachuk.
My control panel's not working. I tried calling for the electricians.
I don't give a shit about the panel. I need water in my reactor core. Get down there and make sure those pumps are on. Now. What does the decimeter say?
3.6 Rontgen, but that's as high as the meter.
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
We did everything right.
Vasily. Oh, Vasily, what's this?
I don't know, Misha.
Don't fuck around with it. Hook these up, come on.
Gulli. You taste method.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. The valves, Misha. The valves, let's go. The valves, come on. What do you need?
We need to get into the reactor hall to lower the control rods while the door's jammed.
I don't think there are control rods. I don't think there's a core.
No, you're mistaken. Akimov said.
Let's go.
In your tank car, get on these holes! It's all right. All right.
You sure? Akimov.
It's gone! It's gone! Hey!
Miller, do you want to come with us?
Come where?
Going to the railroad bridge to get a better look. Not like anyone can sleep with all the sirens.
I don't think you should go. It could be dangerous.
What do you mean dangerous? It's a fire. It's over there. We're over here.
Mikhail.
What? Oh. Sorry.
Oh.
This is for Silly.
Yeah.
But did he say it was bad?
No, he said it was just a roof.
Well, he's never gotten hurt before. None of the boys have. He'll be fine. Get some rest.
The tank, it's big enough. This kind of explosion, the control tank on 71, it's 100 cubic meters.
110.
110. Could do this, definitely.
It's gone. I looked right into it. I looked into the core.
Did you lower the control rods or not? Take him to the infirmary. Topton, take him!
Where's Kudryavstev?
He fell.
I need a medic! Anyone?
He's delusional.
His face.
Ruptured condenser lines. The feed water is mildly contaminated. He'll be fine. I've seen worse. Do we still have a phone line to the outside? Akimov. Call in a day shift.
But if the...
We have to keep water flowing into the core. We need electricians, mechanics, we need bodies. How many times do I have to say it? I'm going to the administration building now to call Brukhanov and Famin. They're going to want a full report. Well, I don't know if I can make things better for you, but I can certainly make them worse. Call in the day shift, Comrade Akimov.
Yes, Comrade Yakov.
You're doing fine. Raise her up. That one, maybe an hour. This one, not until morning. How's it downstairs, Doctor?
Quiet.
Always is. Nothing at this hour but babies. You know, I once went 2 days without sleep. 10 women went into labor at the same time. Did I ever tell you that story?
Yes.
Well, I won't need you in here for a while. If you want, get some rest in the break room.
They haven't brought anyone in from the fire.
What fire?
The power plant.
Oh, well, it mustn't be too bad.
Do we stock iodine? Iodine.
You mean disinfectant?
No, pills. Does the hospital stock iodine pills?
Iodine pills? Why would we have iodine pills?
Hello. Hello. Who else knows this? Have you called Famin? Of course I want you to call him. If I'm up, he's up.
Whatever the cause, the important thing is that neither you nor I...
I take it the safety test was a failure?
We have the situation under control.
Under control? Doesn't look like it's under control.
Shut up, Famin. I have to tell the Central Committee about this. Do you realize that? I have to get on the phone and tell Marion, or God forbid, Frolishev, that my power plant is on fire.
No one can blame you for this, Director Brukhanov.
Of course no one can blame me for this. How can I be responsible? I was sleeping. Tell me what happened, quickly.
We ran the test exactly as Chief Engineer Famin approved. Unit Shift Chief Akimov and Engineer Toptonov encountered technical difficulties leading to an accumulation of hydrogen in the control system tank. It regrettably ignited, damaging the plant, setting the roof on fire.
The tank is quite large. It's the only logical explanation. Of course, Deputy Chief Engineer Dyatlov was directly supervising the tests, so he would know best.
The hydrogen tank, fire. The reactor?
We're taking measures to ensure a steady flow of water through the core.
What about radiation?
Obviously down here it's nothing, but in the reactor building, I'm being told, 3.6 Röntgen per hour.
Well, that's not great, but it's not horrifying.
Not at all. From the feed water, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to limit shifts to 6 hours at a time, but otherwise.
The dosimetrists should be checking regularly. Have them use a good meter from the safe. Right. I'll call Marion. Have them wake up the local executive committee. There'll be orders coming down.
Yeah. Sure? What do you think makes the colours?
It's the fuel for sure.
What's the fuel for sure? What do you know about it? You clean floors at a train station.
My friend Yuri works at the power plant. Says it runs cold. No gas, no fire, just atoms. Yuri says the only thing is you can't walk right up to the fuel. If you do, a glass of vodka an hour for 4 hours.
Isn't Yuri a plumber?
At the nuclear power plant. Yeah.
Oh, it is beautiful.
Have a cigarette.
Do you need help?
It's over.
perimeter. We need to start making our way to the roof. Vasily! We've got to put it out! Vasily, it's this path straight up. All the way up, all the way in. Come on! Yep, going in now.
What about the auxiliary?
Pumps are gone, the electrical's gone.
The core?
I didn't go in there and I won't. I think it's time we
No, we have to get water into the core, otherwise there'll be a meltdown. We have to open the valves.
Sasha.
What do you want, Boris? If it's true, then we're dead. 1 million people are dead. Is that what you need to hear? We have to open the valves by hand.
By hand? And the number of valves, the amount of time to turn them, you're talking about hours in there.
Then help us.
Help you do what? Pump water into a ditch, there's nothing there. Leonard, I'm begging you.
Watch the panel while we're gone.
It's not working.
Just watch it.
Guess we know where they called us in early.
Was anyone saying what happened?
They're running the safety test on the turbines. Blew the control system tank. It doesn't make sense to me either. What about sabotage? A bomb?
Sitnikov. Brakhanov wants us to use a good dosimeter, but it's in a safe and we can't find the key.
It's in building 2. Hasn't... Follow me.
Gentlemen, welcome. Please, find a seat. Plenty of room. I apologize for the lateness of the hour. Rest assured, we are all very safe down here. We built this shelter to withstand the nuclear attack by the Americans, so I think we'll be fine. As you can see, we have experienced an accident, a large control tank malfunction damaging reactor building 4 and starting a fire. Now, I have spoken directly to Deputy Secretary Marion. Marion spoke to Deputy Chief Frolishev, Frolishev to Central Committee member Dolgeek, and Dolgeek to General Secretary Gorbachev. Now, because the Central Committee has the greatest respect for the work of the Pripyat Executive Committee, they've asked me to brief you on matters as they stand. So, first, the accident is well under control. Second, because the efforts of the Soviet nuclear industry are considered key state secrets, it is important that we ensure that this incident has no adverse consequences. Now, to prevent a panic, the Central Committee have ordered a detachment of military police to Pripyat.
How large of a detachment?
Between 2,000 and 4,000 men.
What's really going on here? How dangerous is this?
There's mild radiation, but it's limited to the plant itself.
No, it isn't.
Excuse me?
You saw men outside vomiting. You saw men with burns. There's more radiation than they're saying. We have wives here. We have children. I say we evacuate the town.
Gentlemen, please, please, my wife is here. Do you think I would keep her in Pripyat if it wasn't safe?
Brikhanov, the air is glowing.
The Cherenkov effect, completely normal phenomenon, can happen with minimal radiation.
I wonder how many of you know the name of this place. We all call it Chernobyl, of course. What is its real name?
The Vladimir I. Lenin Nuclear Power Station.
Exactly. Vladimir I. Lenin. And how proud he would be of you all tonight. Especially you, young man. And the passion you have for the people. For is that not the sole purpose of the apparatus of the state? Sometimes we forget. Sometimes we fall prey to fear. But our faith in Soviet socialism will always be rewarded. Now, the state tells us the situation here is not dangerous. Have faith, comrades. The state tells us it wants to prevent a panic. Listen well. It's true. When the people see the police, they will be afraid. But it is my experience that when the people ask questions that are not in their own best interest, they should simply be told to keep their minds on their labor and leave matters of the state to the state. We seal off the city. No one leaves. And cut the phone lines. Contain the spread of misinformation. That is how we keep the people from undermining the fruits of their own labor. Yes, comrades. We will all be rewarded for what we do here tonight. This is our moment to shine.
Thank you. Well,
I sent my dosimetrists into the reactor building. The large dosimeter from the safe, the one with 1,000 Röntgen capacity.
What was the number?
There was none. The meter burned out the second it was turned on.
It's typical.
It is what Moscow does. sends us shit equipment, then wonders why things go wrong.
We found another dosimeter from the military fire department. It only goes to 200 Rontgen, but it's better than the small ones.
And?
It maxed out. 200 Rontgen.
What game are you playing?
No, I asked him. He took multiple measurements. He's my best man.
It's another faulty meter. You're wasting our time.
I checked the meter against the control.
What's wrong with you? How'd you get that number from feed water leaking from a blown tank?
You don't.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
I walked around the exterior of Building 4. I think there's graphite on the ground in the rubble.
You didn't see graphite?
I did.
You didn't. You didn't! Because it's not there!
What? Are you suggesting the core, what, exploded?
Yes.
Sitnikov, you're a nuclear engineer, so am I. So please tell me how an RBMK reactor core explodes. Not a meltdown, an explosion. I'd love to know.
I can't.
Are you stupid?
No.
Then why can't you?
I don't see how it could explode. But it did.
Enough. I'll go up to the vent block roof. From there, you can look right down into reactor building 4. I'll see it with my own eyes. I apologize.
Guards! Guards! Get him to the medic or the hospital, whatever he needs.
The feed water. Been around it all night. You go then.
What?
Go to the vent block roof and report back what you see.
No. No, I won't do that.
Of course you will.
You'll be fine. You'll see. Come on.
Let's begin. Hang on it. Hang on it. It's all the way, okay? All the way up. Sorry. There's something to be sorry for. I told you, we did nothing wrong. But we did.
Hello?
Valerie Legasso?
Yes?
You're the Legasso is the first deputy director of the Kurchatov Institute of Atomic Energy.
I am. Who am I
This is
speaking?
Boris Sherbina, deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers and head of the Bureau for Fuel and Energy. There's been an accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
How bad is it?
No need to panic. There was a fire. It's mostly put out. The system control tank exploded.
Control system tank. And the core?
And we've ordered them to continuously pump water.
Yes, I see. Any contamination?
It's mild. The plant manager, Brukhanov, is reporting 3.6 Rontgen per hour.
Well, that's actually significant. You should evacuate the
You're
surround...
an expert on RBMK reactors, correct?
Yes, I've studied it.
General Secretary Gorbachev has appointed a committee to manage the accident. You're on it. We'll convene at 2 this afternoon.
That late. Forgive me, but don't you think, given the amount of radiation, that it would be...
Legasso, you're on this committee to answer direct questions about the function of an RBMK reactor, if they should happen to arise. Nothing else. Certainly not policy. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. I didn't mean...
Наверное, все-таки родина. Не дом городской, где я празднично жил. А эти проселки, что дедами пройдены, с простыми крестами их русских могил. По русским обычаям, только пожарище на русской земле раскидав позади, на наших глазах умирали товарищи, по-русски рубаху рванув на груди. Нас пули с тобою пока еще бьют. Но трижды поверив, что жизнь уже вся, я все-таки горд был за самую милую, за горькую землю, где я родился.
You work too hard.
Where is everyone?
Oh, they refused to come in.
Why?
It's Saturday.
Why did you come in?
I work too hard. It's boiling in here. Ain't never runken. Leak?
No. It would have gone off before. It's coming from outside.
The Americans?
Iodine 131. It's not military, it's uranium decay, U-235.
Reactor fuel. Ignalina, maybe 240 kilometers away.
Yes, this is Ulana Homyuk with the Institute of Nuclear and... looking for... All right, stay calm. They're at 4. It's not them. Who's the next closest?
It's Chernobyl, but that's not possible. They're 400 kilometers away.
Oh, that's too far for 8 millirontgen. They'd have to be split open. Maybe they know something. Iodine.
Could it be a waste dump?
We'd be seeing other isotopes.
Nuclear test? New kind of bomb?
We'd have heard that's what half our people work on here.
Something with a space program, like a satellite or...
No one's answering the phone.
Get everyone started on an IV.
We don't have enough.
Of all the children, then.
But we don't have enough.
As many as you can. Where's the old man?
He set up a burn ward in 16.
What are you doing? What is that?
Milk. It's...
Professor Legasov. Oh, no, not yet. They're finishing up some other business. It'll be a few more minutes. Can I get you some tea?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Would you care to read Deputy Chairman Shabina's report while you wait?
Certainly, thank you.
All right, Professor, they're ready. Professor Legasov?
Thank you all for your duty to this commission. We will begin with Deputy Chairman Sherbina's briefing, and then we will discuss next steps, if necessary.
Thank you, Comrade General Secretary. I'm pleased to report that the situation in Chernobyl is stable. Military and civilian patrols have secured the region, and Colonel General Pikalov, who commands troops specializing in chemical hazards, has been dispatched to the plant. In terms of radiation, Plant Director Brikhanov reports no more than 3.6 Rontgen. I'm told it's the equivalent of a chest X-ray, so if you're overdue for a checkup...
And foreign press?
Totally unaware. KGB First Deputy Chairman Sharkov assures me that we have successfully protected our security interests.
Good. Very good. Well, it seems like it's well in hand, so... If there is nothing else, meeting adjourned.
No.
Pardon me?
We can't adjourn.
This is Professor Legasov of the Kurchatov Institute. Professor, if you have any concerns, feel free to address them with me later.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Page 3, the section on casualties. A fireman was severely burned on his hand by a chunk of smooth black mineral on the ground outside the reactor building. Smooth black mineral. Graphite. There's graphite on the ground.
Well, there was a tank explosion. There's debris. Of what importance that could be...
There's only one place in the entire facility where you will find graphite. Inside the core. If there's graphite on the ground outside, it means it wasn't a control system tank that exploded. It was the reactor core. It's open.
Comrade Sherbina.
Comrade General Secretary, I can assure you that Professor Legasov is mistaken. Brikhanov reports that the reactor core is intact. And as for the radiation...
Yes, 3.6 Rontgen, which, by the way, is not the equivalent of one chest X-ray, but rather 400 chest X-rays. That number's been bothering me for a different reason, though. It's also the maximum reading on low-limit dosimeters. They gave us the number they had. I think the true number is much, much higher. If I'm right, this fireman was holding the equivalent of 4 million chest X-rays in his hand.
Professor Legasov, there's no place for alarmist hysteria.
It's not alarmist if it's a fact.
Well, I don't hear any facts at all. All I hear is a man I don't know, engaging in conjecture, in direct contradiction to what has been reported by party officials.
I apologize. I didn't mean, please, may I express my concern as calmly and as respectfully as...
Professor Legasov.
Horace, I will allow it.
An RBMK reactor uses uranium-235 as fuel. Every atom of U-235 is like a bullet, traveling at nearly the speed of light, penetrating everything in its path: woods, metal, concrete, flesh. Every gram of U-235 holds over 1 billion trillion of these bullets. That's in 1 gram. Now, Chernobyl holds over 3 million grams, and right now it is on fire. Winds will carry radioactive particles across the entire continent. Rain will bring them down on us. That's 3 million, billion, trillion bullets in the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat. Most of these bullets will not stop firing for 100 years. Some of them not for 50,000 years.
Yes, and this concern stems entirely from the description of a rock.
Yes.
Comrade Shabina, I want you to go to Chernobyl. You take a look at the reactor, you personally, and you report directly back to me.
Wise decision, Comrade General Secretary.
And take Professor Legasso with you.
Forgive me, Comrade General Secretary, but I don't...
Do you know how a nuclear reactor works?
No.
No. Well, then how will you know what you're looking at? Meeting adjourned.
How does a nuclear reactor work?
What?
It's a simple question.
It's hardly a simple answer.
Of course. You presume I'm too stupid to understand. So I'll restate. Tell me how a nuclear reactor works, or I'll have one of these soldiers throw you out of the helicopter.
A nuclear reactor makes electricity with steam. Steam turns a turbine which generates the electricity, where a typical power plant makes steam by burning coal. A nuclear plant in a nuclear plant, we use something called fission. You take an unstable element like uranium-235, which has too many neutrons. A neutron is...
The bullet.
Yes, the bullet. So, bullets are flying off of the uranium. Now, if we put enough uranium atoms close together, the bullets from one atom will eventually strike another atom. The force of this impact splits that atom apart, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. Fission.
And the graphite.
Yes. The neutrons are actually traveling so fast, we call this flux. It's relatively unlikely that the uranium atoms will ever hit one another. In RBMK reactors, we surround the fuel rods with graphite to moderate, slow down the neutron flux.
Good. I know how a nuclear reactor works. Now I don't need you.
Can you help me? I need to find my husband.
Not now.
Take her away from here, Take. Please.
Get away from them.
Oh, my God.
You want to get sick? Go.
Please take her. Please take her. Please take her. Please. 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 Please take her.
Excuse me, I am Vasily Ignatenko's wife. He's a fireman. Ignatenko? Ignatenko, 6th Paramilitary Fire and Rescue Unit. I need to find him. Please.
Ignatenko. He's being transported by helicopter to Moscow. Hospital number 6.
Why, is he all right? Can I see him?
You want to see him? Go to Moscow.
But they're not letting us leave here.
Tell them Major Burov allows it.
When are they taking him?
Now.
Approaching the power plant.
What have they done?
Hey, to see inside.
I don't have to. Look, that's graphite on the roof. The whole building's been blown open. The core's exposed.
I can't see how you can tell that from here.
Oh, for God's sakes. Look at that glow. That's radiation ionizing the air.
Why, if we can't see, we don't know. Get us directly over the building.
Boris,
don't use
we
my
fly
name.
directly over.
I haven't
Atom
done your
reactor will be
advice.
dead within a week. Dead!
Sir?
Get us over that building, or I'll have you shot.
If you fly directly over that core, I promise you by tomorrow morning you'll be begging for that bullet.
Perhaps if you came back another day.
I'm not embarrassing you. Just wonderful.
Deputy Secretary Garanin.
Ulana Khomyuk of the Belarusian Institute for Nuclear Energy.
What a pleasure. Let me introduce
I'm here
Ilya.
about Chernobyl.
Such a lovely time. Visit again soon.
I will, thank you.
I must tell you, this is why no one likes scientists. When we have a disease to cure, where are they? In a lab, noses in their books, and so grandma dies. But when there isn't a problem, they're everywhere, spreading fear.
I know about Chernobyl.
Oh?
I know that the core is either partially or completely exposed.
Whatever that means.
And that if you don't immediately issue iodine tablets and then evacuate the city, hundreds of thousands of people are going to get cancer, and God knows how many more will die.
Yes, very good. There has been an accident at Chernobyl, but I've been assured there is no problem.
I'm telling you that there is.
I prefer my opinion to yours.
I'm a nuclear physicist. Before you were deputy secretary, you worked in a shoe factory.
Yes, I worked in a shoe factory. And now I'm in charge. To the workers of the world.
Stable iodine will keep your thyroid from absorbing radioactive iodine. Take one a day for as long as they last. And go east. Get as far from Minsk as you can.
It's overkill. Big Karloff's showing off to make us look bad.
Doesn't matter how it looks. Sabina is a pure bureaucrat. Stupid as he is, pig-headed. We'll tell him the truth in the simplest terms possible. We'll be fine. Chief Engineer Famin, Colonel General Pikalov and I are honoured at your arrival.
Deeply, deeply honoured.
Naturally, we regret the circumstances of your visit, but as you can see, we are making excellent progress in containing the damage. We have begun our own inquiry into the cause of the accident, and I have a list of individuals who we believe are accountable. Professor Lagasov, I understand you've been saying dangerous things.
Very dangerous things. Apparently our reactor core exploded. Please, tell me how an RBMK reactor core explodes.
I'm not prepared to explain it at this time.
As I presumed, there's no answer.
It's disgraceful. Really. To spread disinformation at a time like this.
Why did I see graphite on the roof? Graphite is only found in the core where it's used as a neutron flux moderator, correct?
Farmine, why did the Deputy Chairman see graphite on the roof?
Oh, there can't be. Comrade Shabina, my apologies, but graphite, that's not possible. Perhaps you saw burnt concrete.
Now, there you made a mistake. Because I may not know much about nuclear reactors. I know a lot about concrete.
No, Comrade, I assure you that...
I understand. You think Legasov is wrong. How shall we prove it?
Our high-range dosimeter just arrived. We could cover one of our trucks with lead shielding. Mount the dosimeter on the front.
Have one of your men get as close to the fire as he can. Give him every bit of protection you have, but understand that even with lead shielding, it may not be enough.
Then I'll do it myself.
Good.
He's back.
It's not 3 Röntgen. It's 15,000.
Comrade Savina.
What does that number mean?
It means the core is open. It means the fire we're watching with our own eyes is giving off nearly twice the radiation released by the bomb in Hiroshima. And that's every single hour, hour after hour. 20 hours since the explosion, so 40 bombs worth by now. 48 more tomorrow, and it will not stop. Not in a week, not in a month. It will burn and spread its poison until the entire continent is dead.
Please escort Comrades Bukhanov and Fomin to the local party headquarters. Thank you for your service.
Comrade.
Your excuse.
Dyatlov was in charge. It was Dyatlov!
Tell me how to put it out.
We'll use helicopters. We'll drop water on it like a forest
no.
fire.
You don't understand. This isn't a fire. This is a fissioning reactor core burning at over 2,000 degrees. The heat will instantly vaporize the water.
How do we
worse.
put it out?
You are dealing with something that has never occurred on this planet before. Boron. Boron and sand. Though that'll create problems of its own, but I don't see any other way. Of course, it's going to take thousands of drops because you can't fly the helicopters directly over the core, so most of it is going to miss.
How much sand and boron? For God's sake, roughly.
5,000 tons. And obviously, we're going to need to evacuate an enormous area.
Never mind that. Focus on the fire.
I am focusing on the fire. The wind is carrying all that smoke, all that radiation. At least evacuate Pripyat. It's 3 kilometers away.
That's my decision to make.
Then make it.
I've been told not to.
Is it or is it not your decision?
I'm in charge here. This will go much easier if you talk to me about the things you do understand and not about the things you do not understand.
Where are you going?
Going to get you 5,000 tons of sand and boron.
There's a hotel. I'd prefer one of those.
Otherwise, I'd do something very superstitious. Moscow? Are you here because of the fire? Anything we should be worried about?
No.
Remind them about the perimeter.
They cannot fly directly over the fire. A minimum of a 10-meter perimeter.
10-meter perimeter. Lead 1 per pre-flight. Maintain minimum 10-meter perimeter.
Copy that. 40 meters. 35. 30.
No. They're too close.
They can't get over the fire. How are they?
The wind will have to carry it. Tell them they cannot go over the call.
Lead 1 is too close. I repeat, they are too close.
Copy. Lead 1, you are inside the perimeter.
Did not copy. Signal's breaking up. Lead 1. Copy. Lead 1, do you copy? Lead 1, come in. Copy, Lead 1. Lead 1.
Sir, what do I tell the others?
Is there any other way, Legazo? Send the next one in. Tell them to approach from the west.
Kurchatov Institute Laboratory 4.
Marina Kozinskaya. It's Alana Khomiuk from Minsk.
Oh, yes. How nice of you to phone. It's been too long.
It has. I was actually calling about our friend. You know, the one in the country. Oh, yes, of course. I wanted to see how he's doing. It's so hot there right now.
Yes, it's extremely hot. But his nephews are flying down.
And they always bring cool weather.
Oh, which nephews? Simka, who's 14, and little Boris, who's 5.
Well, that's wonderful. Though children can make you even hotter when they're crawling all over you. Maybe I should visit them.
No, they don't want visitors.
I'm sorry, I have to get back to work. It's very busy right now. Goodbye. They're dropping sand and boron on the fire.
That's what I would do.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Where are you going?
Chernobyl.
It's been smooth. 20 drops. What?
There are 50,000 people in this city.
Professor Ilyin, who's also on the commission, says the radiation isn't high enough to evacuate.
Ilyin isn't a physicist.
Well, he's a medical doctor. If he says it's safe, it's safe.
Not if they stay here.
We're staying here.
Yes, we are. And we'll be dead in 5 years.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Turbina. Thank you. A nuclear plant in Sweden has detected radiation and identified it as a byproduct of our fuel. The Americans took satellite photos. The reactor building, the smoke, the fire. The whole world knows. The wind has been blowing toward Germany. Not letting children play outside. In Frankfurt.
There has been a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union, and the Soviets have admitted that it happened. The Soviet version is this. One of the atomic reactors at the Chernobyl atomic power plant in the city of Kiev was damaged, and there is speculation in Moscow that people were injured and may have died. The Soviets may have been fairly quick to acknowledge the accident because evidence in the form of mild nuclear radiation had already reached beyond the Soviet borders to Scandinavia.
I said turn around. This is a restricted zone.
I'm from the Belarusian Institute for Nuclear Energy.
Do you have permission?
Listen to me, I need to speak to someone urgently.
Turn around right now, or I'll arrest you.
If you arrest me, you should take me to the highest possible authority.
We have to start a radiological survey, sector by sector, on foot, dosimeters in hand.
Are you all right?
Of course.
Comrades, the guards arrested this woman at the south checkpoint. I'd have put her in a cell.
But he thought you should know that I know. I know that your reactor core is exposed. I know the graphite's on fire, the fuel is melting, and you're dropping sand and boron on it, which you probably thought was smart, but you've made a mistake. Olana Yurevny Khomyuk, chief physicist, Belarusian Institute for Nuclear Energy, and you're Valery Alexeyevich Legasov. Smothering the core will put the fire out, but the temperature will eventually increase. It will melt down.
I'm perfectly aware. But I estimate at least a month before it melts through the lower concrete pad, which gives us time.
No, you don't have a month. You have approximately 2 days. Yes, the fuel would take a month to reach the concrete pad here. But first, it's going to burn through the biological shield here by Tuesday. And when it does, it's going to hit these tanks, bubbler pools, reservoirs.
Reservoirs for the ECS. I understand your concern. But I confirmed it with plant personnel. The tanks are nearly empty.
No, they were nearly empty. Each of these points here, here, and here all drain to the bubbler pools. I'm guessing that every pipe in the building ruptured, and then there are those fire engines that I saw on the way in.
Fire hoses are still connected. They've been gushing water into the structure this whole time.
The tanks are full. The tanks are full.
От Совета министров СССР. На Чернобыльской атомной электростанции произошла авария. Поврежден один из атомных реакторов. Принимаются меры по ликвидации последствий аварии. Пострадавшим оказывается помощь. Создана правительственная комиссия.
I have 10 minutes. Then I'm back on the phone, apologizing to our friends, apologizing to our enemies. Our power comes from the perception of our power. Do you understand the damage this has done? Do you understand what's at stake? Boris?
Professor Legasso will deliver our briefing.
There is some good news. The airdrops are working to douse the fire. There's been a reduction in radionuclide emissions, but the fire will not be extinguished for at least another 2 weeks. There is also an additional problem. Nuclear fuel doesn't turn cold simply because it is not on fire. In fact, the temperature will likely rise as a result of the blanket of sand we dropped. The uranium will melt the sand, creating a kind of lava which will begin to melt down through the shield below.
You've made lava.
I anticipated this. I believe there was time to reinforce this lower concrete pad before the lava reached the earth and contaminated the groundwater, but as it turned out, I was worried about the wrong thing. It was my understanding that these large water tanks under the reactor were essentially empty. This is Ulana Khomyuk of the Belarusian Institute. Thanks to her insight, we are now aware that the tanks are, in fact, full.
Of water. Yeah. Why is that a problem, Professor?
When the lava enters these tanks, it will instantly superheat and vaporize approximately 7,000 cubic meters of water, causing a significant thermal explosion.
How significant?
We estimate between 2 and 4 megatons. Everything within a 30-kilometer radius will be completely destroyed, including the 3 remaining reactors at Chernobyl. The entirety of the radioactive material in all of the cores will be ejected at force and dispersed by a massive shockwave, which will extend approximately 200 kilometers and likely be fatal to the entire population of Kiev, as well as a portion of Minsk. The release of radiation will be severe and will impact all of Soviet Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarusia, as well as Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and most of East Germany.
What do you mean, impact?
For much of the area, a nearly permanent disruption of the food and water supply. A steep increase in the rates of cancer and birth defects. I don't know how many deaths there will be, but many. For Belarusia and the Ukraine, impact means completely uninhabitable for a minimum of 100 years.
There are more than 50 million people living in Belarusia and Ukraine.
60, yes.
And how long before this happens?
Approximately 48 to 72 hours. But we may have a solution. We can pump the water from the tanks. Unfortunately, The tanks are sealed shut by a sluice gate, and the gate can only be opened manually from within the duct system itself. So we need to find 3 plant workers who know the facility well enough to enter the basement here, find their way through all these ductways, get to the sluice gate valve here, and give us the access we need to pump out the tanks. Of course, we will need your permission.
My permission for what?
The water in these ducts, the level of radioactive contamination.
They'll likely be dead in a week.
We're asking for your permission to kill 3 men.
Comrade Legasov, all victories inevitably come at a cost.
And open the sluice gate valve here. The valve will be difficult to operate, so we'll need 3 men who'll need to know the basement layout. And of course, any volunteers will be rewarded. A yearly stipend of 400 rubles. And for those of you working in reactors 1 and 2, promotions.
Why are reactors 1 and 2 still operating at all? My friend was a security guard that night, and she's now dying. And we've all heard about the firemen. And now you want us to swim underneath a burning reactor. Do you even know how contaminated it is?
I don't have an exact number.
You don't need an exact number to know if it will kill us. But you can't even tell us that. Why should we do this? For what, 400 rubles?
You'll do it because it must be done. You'll do it because nobody else can. And if you don't, millions will die. If you tell me that's not enough, I won't believe you. This is what has always set our people apart. 1,000 years of sacrifice in our veins. And every generation must know its own suffering. I spit on the people who did this. And I caused the price I have to pay. I'm making my peace with it. Now you make yours. And go into that water. Because it must be done. Is it possible that the water has already killed them?
Yes.
Then what? If it doesn't work?
I'm here to see my husband, Vasily Ignatenko. He's a firefighter from Chernobyl. I have permission.
Chernobyl? I'm sorry, no visitors.
Well, but Major Burov told me, he said...
No exceptions.
Please, I've come all the way from Kievskaya Oblast.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I have a pass.
You can't be here. It's not safe.
I am here to see my husband, Vasily Ignatenko. He's a firefighter from Chernobyl.
I know who Ignatenko is, but you can't.
I have permission. I've...
You can see him for 30 minutes. Not a minute more. And you cannot touch him in any way. Do you understand? Room 15.
Thank you.
You're not pregnant, are you?
No.
I won't have to give that to you.
There we are.
Oh, wait, I haven't finished yet.
No, he has it. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Look who the cat dragged in.
What did I tell you? There's no hiding from you, is there? Eh? It's easy. It's okay. All okay. Yeah, okay. How did this happen? Who gave them the idea?
You're suggesting I did?
Someone did. Someone decided that the evacuation zone should be 30 kilometers when we know here, cesium-137 in the Gomel district, that's 200 kilometers away.
It was decided.
Based on what?
I don't know.
Forgive me. Maybe I just spent too much time in my lab. Or maybe I'm just stupid.
Is this really the way it all works? An uninformed, arbitrary decision that will cost who knows how many lives made by some apparatchik, some career party man?
I'm a career party man. You should watch your tone, Comrade Liazo.
Comrades, we have visual confirmation that the fire is nearly extinguished. There's also been a reduction in iodine-131 and cesium-137 emissions.
Good. Yes?
But the temperature is rising. And,
There's a spike in zirconium-95. That's from the cladding on the fuel rods.
Meaning what?
The meltdown has begun.
Move him! You're hurting him!
You can't be in here.
What's happening to him?
Get out. You can't be in here.
Yes. Well, put him through. Well?
The fire's nearly out. The bubbler tanks are being drained. We have successfully eliminated the risk of a thermal explosion.
And?
The situation inside the core is deteriorating faster than anticipated. The concrete pad will last for 6 to 8 weeks, but after that, Legasov estimates a 50% chance that the fuel will breach the pad and melt down into the groundwater itself.
Yeah. And where does this groundwater go?
The Pripyat River, which feeds into the Dnieper. The primary water supply for approximately 50 million people, not to mention crops and livestock, would be unusable. We're recommending we install a heat exchanger under the pad to lower the core temperature and halt the meltdown. And in order to do that, I'm told that we will need all of the liquid nitrogen in the Soviet Union.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, and of course we'll also need...
Whatever you need, you have it. That should be clear
Yes.
by now. Anything else?
No. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to address the 30-kilometer exclusion zone.
Wait, Professor Legasov, is that you? What exclusion zone?
Minor details, General Secretary. Premier Ryzhkov has determined that...
If he determined, then he determined. Look, Professor Legasov, you are there for one reason only. Do you understand? To make this stop.
I don't want questions. I want to know when this will be over.
If you mean when will Chernobyl be completely safe, the half-life of plutonium-239 is 24,000 years, so perhaps we should just say not within our lifetimes.
I think you and I should take a walk.
It's late, I'm tired.
We're taking a walk.
What is it you want? An apology? I'm gonna sit back and...
What will happen to our boys?
Which boys? The divers?
The divers, the firefighters, the men in the control room. What does the radiation do to them, precisely?
Oh, the level some of them were exposed. Ionizing radiation tears the cellular structure apart. The skin blisters, turns red, then black. This is followed by a latency period. The immediate effects subside. The patient appears to be recovering. Healthy even, but they aren't. This usually only lasts for a day or two.
Continue.
Then the cellular damage begins to manifest. The bone marrow dies. The immune system fails. The organs and soft tissue begin to decompose. The arteries and veins spill open like sieves, to the point where you can't even administer morphine for the pain, which is unimaginable. Within 3 days to 3 weeks, you're dead. That is what will happen to those boys.
And what about us?
Well, we've gotten a steady dose, but not as much of it. Not strong enough to kill the cells, but consistent enough to damage our DNA. So, in time, cancer. or aplastic anemia. Either way, fatal.
Well, in a sense, it would seem we've got enough easy then. Well, Harry.
I've seen them before.
Now you know why I wanted to take a walk. You can presume the work site is bugged. And our rooms, even our bathrooms.
They've been here the whole time.
Of course they've been here the whole time. But if we're seeing them out in the open now, it's because they want us to know.
You've seen that? The fuel is melting faster than we expected.
I know. I have a plan.
Heat exchanger, I hope.
Yes. There's something I've wanted to ask you, comrade, but I see you're already asking yourself the same question.
Why did it explode? I've worked the numbers over and over, presuming the worst possible conditions in an RBMK reactor. And I always get the same answer.
Which is?
It's not possible.
And yet, you're not going to solve this here. Not on paper. Everyone who was in the control room, Dyatlov, Akimov, Toptonov, they're all in Moscow. Hospital number 6. We need to find out exactly what happened that night. Moment by moment. Decision by decision. Go now, while they're still alive. Talk to them. Because if we don't find out how this happened, it will happen again. And Omyuk, be careful.
Fuck you. Here's one. What's as big as a house? Burns 20 liters of fuel every hour. Puts out a shitload of smoke and noise. And cuts an apple into 3 pieces. A Soviet machine made to cut apples into 4 pieces!
Who's in charge here?
I'm the crew chief.
I'm Shadov, Minister of Coal Industries.
We know who you are.
How many men do you have?
On this shift, 45 here, 100 in total.
I need all 100 men to gather their equipment and get on the trucks.
Do you? To where?
That's classified.
Come on, then. Start shooting. You haven't got enough bullets for all of us. Kill as many as you can. Whoever's left, they'll beat the living piss out of each of you.
You can't talk to us like that.
Shut the fuck up. This is Tula. This is our mine. We don't leave unless we know why.
You're going to Chernobyl. Do you know what's happened there?
We dig up coal, not bodies.
The reactor fuel is going to sink into the ground and poison the water from Kiev to the Black Sea. All of it. Forever, they say. They want you to stop that from happening.
How are we supposed to do that?
They didn't tell me because I don't need to know. Do you need to know, or have you heard enough?
Now you look like the Minister of Coal.
Gracias. Gracias.
I told you no touching. It's not safe.
They touch you. It's safe for them, it's safe for me.
Where are the others?
They took them to a special room. They won't tell me where.
Open the curtains. Open the curtains. Tell me what you see outside. Tell me everything.
I can see the Red Square. And the Kremlin. Spaskia Tower, Mausoleum.
You see St. Basil's?
Yeah. Yes, it's beautiful.
I told you. I told you I'd show you Moscow, didn't I?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm not eating, that is shit. Give me something else.
I'm not a nurse, Comrade Dyatlov. I'm a nuclear physicist.
Well then, comrade nuclear physicist. Unless you happen to have a butter and caviar sandwich on you, you can get the fuck out of my room.
What? I'm not good at this, Boris. The lying.
Have you ever spent time with miners?
No.
My advice, tell the truth. These men work in the dark. They see everything.
Andrei Glukov, crew chief.
Do these work?
To an extent. Of course.
So what's the job?
We need to install a liquid nitrogen heat exchanger underneath this concrete pad. There's no way to approach from the interior of the building, so you have to get at it from underground.
And what's above the pad?
The core of the nuclear reactor, which is melting down.
What, like?
Potentially.
Is it gonna fall on top of us?
Not if you're done within 6 weeks.
Dimensions?
Break ground here, dig a tunnel 150 meters to here, excavate a space 30 by 30 meters for the heat exchanger. Because we need to keep disruption of the ground above to a minimum, you can't use any heavy machinery. It has to be done by hand.
We're gonna need more men. 400 at least. We'll have to work round the clock. How deep do you want this tunnel? 6 meters?
12.
12? Why?
For your protection. At that depth, you'll be shielded from much of the radiation.
The entrance to the tunnel won't be 12 meters below ground.
No.
And we're not 12 meters below ground now.
No. We're not.
We have some equipment here on site. More will arrive by midnight. We can start in the morning.
No. We start now. I don't want my men here one more second than they need to be. If these worked, you'd be wearing them.
Are they all like that? They're all like that.
What's it up to?
50 degrees.
Fuck. Hey! Hey, you! We need fans.
For what purpose?
What do you mean, for what purpose? To dig your fucking tunnel, that's why. Who's talking to you?
Oh, comrades.
It's 50 degrees in there. We can't breathe without masks. We can't breathe with the masks. It's like a fucking oven. We need ventilation.
Fans will put dust in the air. The dust will go in your lungs.
I've been breathing dust in my lungs for 20 years.
Not this dust. I'm sorry. For your own good. No fans.
My name is Olano Khomyok. I'm a nuclear physicist with the Chernobyl Commission. I want you to tell me everything that happened on the night of the accident. Is that all right?
Yes. I want to tell.
All right. Your official title was?
My name is Leonid Fedorovich Toltonov. And I am the senior reactor control chief engineer at Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Senior engineer. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Have you been here this whole time?
No one said I should leave.
I did. 30 minutes, I said.
Well, where have you been? When he's in pain. And a sore stick to his gown when he soils himself 5 times a night. I've been looking after him. Where have you been?
I've been in the North and West Wing, where there are dozens of patients from Chernobyl exactly like him. It isn't safe for you
He's
here.
my husband.
Not anymore. He's something else now, do you understand? He's dangerous to you.
He's burned.
Go home.
Please. It won't take much longer. I don't want him to die alone.
Stay on the other side of the plastic. Or I'll have you removed by security.
dream. I just gone.
Garcia. We're gonna have a baby.
The fire's out. It's out, Valera. The miners are making incredible progress. They say the whole job will be finished in 4 weeks. 4 weeks? Can't believe that. I know the job isn't over. But it's the beginning of the end.
I'm sorry to bother you, Deputy Minister, but it's the miners.
You wouldn't give us fans. It's too hot for clothes. So we're digging the old way. This is where our fathers mined. We're still wearing the fucking hats. What do you want?
You're not as protected. No.
You tell me to make a difference. When this is over, will they be looked after?
I don't know.
You don't know.
So the power level jumped from 200 to 400 megawatts.
Yes. Very fast.
Why didn't you initiate an emergency shutdown? Why didn't you press the AZ5 button?
We did. I reported the increase to Akimov, and he pressed the button.
Leonid, that's not possible.
He did. I swear. I saw him do it. And that's when it exploded.
What? Which room is Akimov?
27.
I pressed it before the explosion. Before shut it down. I pressed SF5.
Thank you, Comrade Akimov.
I did everything right. I did everything right.
Go. Let me go. Stop it. Stop it!
You let her in that room, inside the plastic, touching him. Did you know she's pregnant?
It's not true.
What have you done? What kind of a place is this? Where is her protection? Do you have any idea what you're dealing with?
Of course I do. Please, I don't...
No. People are going to hear about this.
Wait.
People are going to hear. Do you understand? Everyone is going to hear.
What is everyone going to hear?
I'm with the official Chernobyl Commission. I've been authorized by Valery Legasov. You can check this. My name is Ulana.
We know who you are. What is everyone going to hear?
You have your notes?
Yes.
Khomyuk was arrested last night.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Was it?
Of course it was. I'm working on it.
Boris.
I'm working on it. What more do you want from me? Fix your tie.
I'll see you now.
After thousands of sorties, our brave helicopter crews successfully extinguished the fire. The miners are working heroically to ensure that the fuel does not reach the groundwater. And furthermore, there's no longer a threat of additional explosion. The Soviet people have faced the challenge and risen to the task, and they and everyone in this room are to be commended. Lastly, Professor Legasov and I have been vigilant to protect the security interests of the state. And since the unfortunate release of information directly following the accident, we believe that there has been no further lapse. Comrade Charkov, we hope we have lived up to the highest standards of the KGB.
You have.
Thank you. Professor Legasov will now speak about the work that remains.
Thank you. Deputy Chairman Shabina has given you the good news, and it is good. The immediate danger is over. Now I'm afraid a long war must begin. There is an enormous amount of radioactive debris and contamination spread out across a zone of approximately 2,600 square kilometers. This entire region must be completely evacuated. We must go to every town, every village to ensure this. All animals still surviving within the zone, whether domesticated or wild, must be presumed contaminated and will have to be destroyed to prevent the spread of radiation and disease. In the immediate area surrounding Chernobyl, every rock, every tree, the very ground itself has absorbed a dangerous amount of radionuclides, which will be carried by the wind and the rain if left exposed. So we will have to raise entire forests. We will have to rip up the top layer of earth and bury it under itself, approximately 100 square kilometers. And finally, we will need to construct a containment structure around the power plant itself, which will, of course, still be extremely... There will be deaths.
What amount of time? And how many men do you require?
We expect this liquidation effort to take 3 years and approximately 750,000 men, including a number of doctors and structural engineers.
How many deaths?
Thousands. Perhaps tens of thousands.
Begin at once.
Comrade Chakov.
O'Leary.
Yes, Professor?
My associate was arrested last night.
Oh?
I mean no disrespect, but I was wondering if you could tell me why.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking about.
She was arrested by the KGB. You are the first deputy chairman of the KGB.
I am. That's why I don't have to bother with arresting people anymore.
But you are bothering with having us followed.
I think the deputy chairman is busy.
No. It's perfectly understandable. Comrade, I know you've heard the stories about us. When I hear them, even I am shocked. But we are not what people say. Yes, people are following you. People are following those people. And you see them? They follow me. The KGB is a circle of accountability, nothing more.
You know the work we're doing here. You really don't trust us.
Of course I do. But you know the old Russian proverb, trust but verify. And the Americans think that Ronald Reagan thought that up. Can you imagine? It was very nice speaking with you.
I need her.
So you will be accountable for her? Then it's done.
Her name?
I know who she is. Good day, Professor.
Oh, that went surprisingly well. You came off like a naive idiot. Naive idiots are not a threat.
I'll come back when the paperwork's complete.
Are you all right?
They didn't hurt me. They let a pregnant woman into a room with a... Oh, doesn't matter. They were stupid. I was stupid. Dyatlov won't talk to me. Akimov, yes. Dobtonov, yes, but... Valery. Akimov. His face was gone.
You want to stop?
Is that a choice I even have?
Do you think the fuel will actually melt through the concrete pad?
I don't know. 40% chance, maybe.
I said 50. Either way, the numbers mean the same thing, maybe. Maybe the core will melt through to the groundwater. Maybe the miners I've told to dig under the reactor will save millions of lives. Maybe I'm killing them for nothing. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to stop. But I can't. I don't think think you have a choice any more than I do. I think despite the stupidity, the lies, even this, you are compelled. The problem has been assigned and you will stop at nothing until you find an answer, because that is who you are.
A lunatic, then.
A scientist.
Did you know that they were running a safety test? There's something else. Akimov says they shut the reactor down, and Toptonov confirms it. They pressed AZ5.
Apparently not soon enough.
No. They say Akimov pressed AZ5, and then the reactor exploded. If it had been just one of them, I would have put it down to faulty memory or delusion even, but they both agreed. They were adamant. Comrade.
Do you think it's possible?
I think it makes no sense. I think it's what I would say if I was trying to cover my own mistakes.
But
I believe them.
then you should pursue it. We have to pursue every possibility, no matter how unlikely, no matter what or who is to blame.
I'll go back to the hospital and re-interview Akimov and Toptonov. If they're still awake.
They're not.
On mute.
Иван Яковлевич Бурзагин. Юрий Сергеевич Матвеев. Павел Михайлович Ефремов. Никита Григорьевич Кириллов.
time to go. Did you hear me? This is an evacuation, you understand? You have to come with me.
Why?
Because they told me, so now I'm telling you. Everyone in this village, everyone. It's not safe here. There's radiation in the air. What's wrong with you?
You know how old I am?
I don't know. Old.
I'm 82. I've lived here my whole life. Right here, that house, this place. What do I care about safe?
I have a job. Don't cause trouble.
Trouble? You're not the first soldier to stand here with a gun. When I was 12, the revolution came. Tsar's men, then Bolsheviks. Boys like you marching in lines. They told us to leave. No. Then there was Stalin and his famine. The Holodomor. My parents died. 2 of my sisters died. They told the rest of us to leave. No. Then the Great War. German boys, Russian boys. More soldiers, more famine, more bodies. My brothers never came home. But I stayed, and I'm still here. After all that I have seen. So I should leave now, because of something I cannot see at all. No.
Just one moment. It's time to go. Please stand up now. This is your last warning. It's time to go.
Logasov. I'll meet him there. The atom is a humbling thing.
It's not humbling, it's humiliating. Why is the core still exposed to the air? Why have we not already covered this up?
We want to, but we can't get close enough. The debris on the roof is graphite from the core itself. Until we can push it off the roof back into the reactor, it'll kill anyone who gets near it. You can see the roof is in 3 levels. We've named them. The small one here is Katya, 1,000 Rontgen per hour. Presume 2 hours of exposure is fatal. The one on the side, Nina, 2,000 Rontgen, 1 hour, fatal.
We used remote control bulldozers in Afghanistan.
Too heavy. They'd fall right through.
So then?
Moon rovers. Lunacard's STR-1s. They're light, and if we line them with lead, they can withstand the radiation.
We couldn't put a man on the moon. At least we can keep a man off a roof.
That is the most important thing, General. Under no circumstances can men go up there. Robots only.
What about this large section here?
Masha.
12,000 Rontgen. If you were to stand there in full protective gear, head to toe, for 2 minutes, your life expectancy would be cut in half. By 3 minutes, you're dead within months. Even our lunar rovers won't work on Masha. That amount of gamma radiation penetrates everything. The particles literally shred the circuits in microchips apart. If it's more complicated than a light switch, Masha will destroy it.
It would be fair to say that that piece of roof is the most dangerous place on Earth.
So?
Tens, 181.
It's all right. It's free.
It's a little early.
Bacho.
Pavel.
Yeah. What unit were you in?
They had me in Motu in Kiev, but then they...
Not this bullshit. In Afghanistan.
I wasn't in Afghanistan. I'm not in the military.
They're running out of men. Showers, food. Those guys, they dig up the ground. Those guys, they cut down trees. Those guys, they evacuate people, I think, like villages.
What about them?
I don't know them. Fuck them. Yanek.
What do you want?
Give me an egg basket.
No, I've only got the one.
Give me the fucking basket.
He's with me. You understand? Nobody fucks with him. We make these from lead scrap. Put it on under your balls.
Now?
No, you can wait until the radiation gives you a cunt. Yes, now. Over your clothes. Fucking shit. You ever go hunting?
No.
Well, today's your lucky day. You, me, that ugly Armenian in the tent, Garo, we do animal control.
Animal control.
Yeah, they're radioactive, so they have to go. But it's not hard. They're mostly pets. They're happy to see you. They run right up to you. Bang. You load the bodies on a truck, dump them in a pit, bury them in concrete, and then we drink. As much vodka as you want. Plus 1,000 rubles. Let's go get you a gun.
Yes? I need to see the following documents. They're listed as permission only. I'm working for the Central Committee.
Comrade?
You can have that one.
Thank you, comrade.
up the cameras. Signal?
Acceptable. Running onboard diagnostics.
Tell me when we're ready to move it.
To think that's what we put on the moon. I'm not that one. I know not that one.
This rover was in storage. They can build 2 more. That should cover Nina and Katya.
And Masha?
The Central Committee have informed me that they may have found something that could work up there. From the outside.
American?
Of course not. It's a German police robot. But West German, so as you can imagine, that wasn't an easy conversation to have.
Diagnostics complete. Ready to engage main power and motor.
Begin. Can you move it?
Bulli, what's that? Smile.
I see your condition has improved, Comrade Dyatlov.
No, leave.
I need your help. Akimov initiated AZ-5. When you gave the order...
Order? What order? Toptonov called it out, Akimov pressed it. Was the only good decision they made, incompetent morons.
Can you confirm that the reactor exploded after they attempted to shut it down?
How do I even know it exploded, huh?
I found this in the State Archive. Written in 1976. It's about the operation of RBMK reactors under extreme conditions.
So?
The names of the authors have been redacted, and 2 pages have been removed.
Well, the state must protect its secrets, comrade. Do you dare suggest otherwise?
They made a mistake. They didn't redact the table of contents. The missing pages apparently refer to a positive void coefficient and AZ-5. Does that mean anything to you?
What are you after here? Why are you asking me this?
You worked with this reactor. You know it better than I do.
Oh, so everything's my fault, then? Is that what this is?
I'm not here to blame you. I'm here to find out what happened. And whether you realize it or not, I'm your best chance to avoid a bullet. Can you help me or not?
I have no idea what would have gone here. Void coefficients have nothing to do with AZ-5. There, now you can go.
You're not even curious.
What for? Oh, you think the right question will get you the truth? There is no truth. Ask the bosses whatever you want, you'll get the lie. And I will get the bullet.
only have 2 rules. 1, don't point this gun at me. That's easy, right? You can point it at this piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. Never me. 2, if you hit an animal and it doesn't die, keep shooting until it does. Don't let them suffer, or I'll kill you. Understand? I mean it. I've killed a lot of people. Good. Then we're ready. Once we start, they'll run inside where they feel safe. So we go door to door. Okay? Good. Hey, do your job. Door to door.
Go away. Go.
Don't let them suffer.
Sorry.
You're dragging that to the truck. You gonna eat? Drink. Again. Look, this happens to everyone the first time. Normally when you kill a man, but for you, a dog. So what? There's no shame in it. You remember your first time, Garo? My first time, Afghanistan. We were moving through a house and suddenly a man was there and I shot him in the stomach. Yeah, that's a real war story. There are never any good stories like in the movies, they're shit. Man was there, boom, stomach. I was so scared I didn't pull the trigger again for the rest of the day. And I thought, well, that's it, macho. You put a bullet in someone. You're not you anymore. You'll never be you again. But then you wake up the next morning and you're still you. And you realize that was you all along. You just didn't know.
The happiness of all mankind.
What?
Our goal is the happiness of all mankind.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy every day. All right. Back to work. Come on.
It's here.
Easy now, careful.
Joker. What the Germans named him? Joker.
Is it ready?
It's ready. Motors.
Motor's good. Signal's good.
All right, let's take this easy. Forward 1 meter, reverse 1 meter.
Forward 1.
Germans.
Reverse 1.
Did you lose the signal?
It's not the signal, it's the vehicle. It's dead.
Of course I know they're listening! I want them to hear! I want them to hear it all! You know what we're doing here? Tell those idiots what they have done! I don't give a fuck! Tell them! Don't tell them! They're small! Don't tell me the joke! Tell fucking Gorbachev! Tell them!
The official position of the state is that a global nuclear catastrophe is not possible in the Soviet Union. They told the Germans that the highest detected level of radiation was 2,000 Röntgen. They gave them the propaganda number. That robot was never going to work. You need a new phone. What if we don't clear it?
We have to clear it. If we don't clear the roof, we can't build a cover over it. If we can't cover it, there's 12,000 Röntgen. Maybe twice the radiation from the Hiroshima bomb. Every hour after
I know. What about lead? We could, I don't know, we could melt it and pour it from above, like a coating.
First of all, we've already used most of the lead we had to line the
Now,
truck.
there's lead sheeting around the instruments and the other reactor buildings. The soldiers are stripping it for their armor.
Are you serious? Even if we're still talking about boiling metal in a helicopter, and it's lead, Boris, it'll weigh a ton. What if we shoot the graphite into the hole? We've got high-caliber bullets, exploding bullets. They wouldn't just ricochet, they'd push.
You want to shoot exploding bullets at an exposed nuclear reactor?
Well...
No. Let's go light that roof back on fire. It was so easy to put out the first time. What are we talking about here? We need another robot. One that can withstand the radiation.
I've asked. There is nothing.
The Americans?
If the Americans had that kind of technology, do you really think they'd give it to us? And even if they would, the Central Committee would never stoop to ask. You know it, I know it. There are no robots.
Bio-robots.
What was that?
We use bio-robots. Men.
A lot today.
Where do they get their food?
They eat the chickens. And they eat each other. Door to door. You don't hear me? I'm talking to you. Fuck. Just go outside. Go.
Черный ворон, что ж ты вьешься над моею головой? Ты добычи не добьешься, черный ворон, я не твой. Ты добычи не дождешься, черный ворон, я не твой. Черный ворон, что ж ты вьешься над моею головой? Ты добычи не дождешься, черный ворон, я не твой. Ты добычи не дождешься, черный ворон, я не твой.
Comrade soldiers, the Soviet people have had enough of this accident. They want us to clean it up, and we have entrusted you with this serious task. Because of the nature of the working area, you will each have no more than 90 seconds to solve this problem. Listen carefully to each of my instructions, and do exactly as you have been told. This is for your own safety and the safety of your comrades. You will enter reactor building 3. Climb the stairs, but do not immediately proceed to the roof. When you get to the top, wait inside behind the entrance to the roof and catch your breath. You will need it for what comes next. This is the working area. We must clear the graphite. Some of it is in blocks weighing approximately 40 to 50 kilograms. They all must be thrown over the edge here. Watch your comrades. Moving fast. From this opening, then turning to the left and entering the workspace here. Take care not to stumble. There's a hole in the roof. Take care not to fall. You will need to move quickly, and you will need to move carefully. Do you understand your mission as I have described it? Yes, General. These are the most important 90 seconds of your lives. Commit your task to memory, then do your job.
Comrade soldier, you're done.
Time to go.
Sorry for all this. We needed to speak to you somewhere without...
They're going to put Dyatlov on trial. And Brukhanov and Fomin. We're going to be asked to give expert testimony. All three of us. But before that happens...
The Central Committee is sending Legasov to Vienna. It's the headquarters of the International
Atomic Energy Agency. I know it's in Vienna. What are they asking you to do?
Tell the world what happened.
Well, then you'd better know what happened. I've constructed a timeline, minute by minute, second by second in some places. Every decision, every button push, every turn of a switch.
And? Are they guilty?
Yes. Of gross incompetence, violation of safety regulations, recklessness beyond belief. But the explosion? I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
I've analyzed the data. Toptonov was telling the truth. They shut the reactor down, and then it exploded. I think this article may have the answer. But 2 pages have been removed. You've seen this before?
Please, believe me when I tell you that I had no idea it could cause an explosion. None of us knew.
None of you knew what?
In 1975, at an RBMK reactor at Leningrad, a fuel channel ruptured. The operators pressed AZ5, but instead of the power going down immediately, for a brief moment, it went up.
How is that possible?
Oh, this is the very question posed by a colleague of mine named Volkov. He's the one who wrote this article. When an RBMK reactor runs at low power, it's notoriously unstable, prone to swings in reactivity. Under normal circumstances, the control rods can compensate for that.
Under normal circumstances, the Chernobyl staff stalled the reactor during the test. They pulled almost all the control rods out to bring the power back up.
This is what Volkov learned from Leningrad. If the boron control rods are completely withdrawn from the reactor, when they're put back in, the first thing that enters the core isn't boron. It's graphite. The control rods have graphite tips that displace water and steam. So the reactivity doesn't go down, it goes up dramatically.
Why on earth would they press that button?
They didn't know.
Volkov warned the Kremlin 10 years ago. There could be no doubt about the supremacy of the Soviet nuclear industry.
Oh. The KGB classified it as a state secret.
When I saw the reactor blown open, I still didn't think it could be this flaw in AZ5. Because the flaw will not lead to an explosion unless the operators have pushed the reactor to the edge of disaster.
So it is their fault?
Yes.
But not only their fault.
No.
Is that what you're going to say in Vienna?
You can't possibly be that naive.
There are 16 RBMK reactors running in the Soviet Union right now. We have to fix them. The only way to do that is to go public. Force the Central Committee to take action.
What you're proposing is that Legasov humiliate a nation that is obsessed with not being humiliated. We can make a deal with the KGB. You'll leave this information out in Vienna. They quietly let us fix the remaining reactors.
A deal with the KGB. And I'm naive.
They'll go after your family. They'll go after your friends.
You have a chance to talk to the world, Valery. If that chance was mine.
But it isn't, is it? I've known braver souls than you, Khomyuk. Men who had their moment and did nothing. Because when it's your life and the lives of everyone you love, your moral conviction doesn't mean anything. It leaves you. And all you want at that moment is not to be shot.
Do you know the name Vasily Ignatenko?
No.
He was a fireman. He died 2 weeks after the accident. I've been looking in on his widow. She gave birth. A girl. The baby lived for 4 hours. They said the radiation would have killed the mother, but the baby absorbed it instead. Her baby. We live in a country where children have to die to save their mothers. To hell with your deal. And to hell with our lives. Someone has to start telling the truth.
Congratulations, comrades. You are the last of 3,828 men. You have performed your duties perfectly. I wish you good health and long life. All of you are awarded a bonus of 800 rubles. Thank you.
I serve the Soviet Union.
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 I hear they might promote Brukhanov. This little problem we have with the safety test, if it's completed successfully, yes, I think promotion's very likely. Who knows, maybe Moscow. Naturally, they'll put me in charge once he's gone, and then I'll need someone to take my old job. I could pitch Sitnikov.
I would like to be considered.
We'll keep that in mind.
Viktor Petrovich, preparations for the test have gone smoothly. Comrade Dyatlov's been working per my instructions, and Reactor 4 output's been reduced to 1,600 megawatts. With your approval, we're ready to continue lowering power to...
You have to wait.
Are
you going to ask me if there's a problem, Nikolai? You can't read a fucking face. 3 years I've tried to finish this test. 3 years. I've just had a call from the grid controller in Kiev. He says we can't lower power any further, not for another 10 hours.
The grid controller? Where does he get off
It's
telling
not
us?
the grid controller's decision, Dyatlov. It's the end of the month. All the productivity quotas. Everyone's working overtime. The factories need power. Someone's pushing down from above. Not that we'll ever know who. So, do we have to scrap it or what?
No, I don't think so. Now, if we need to wait 10 hours, we wait.
Running half power, we're not going to have stability issues.
No, I should think...
I'm not asking you.
It's safe. We'll maintain at 1,600. I'll go home, get some sleep, come back tonight. We'll proceed then. I'll personally supervise the test, and it will be completed.
Well, I'm not waiting around. Call me when it's done.
How do you feel? You went to the doctor yesterday. How is your health?
You don't know?
From Vienna. Do you read German? It says, "At last, a Soviet scientist who tells the truth." Obviously, I resent the insinuation, but I think it's fair to say you made an excellent impression at the conference. Turns out you're quite good at this.
At what? Lying.
Statecraft, Rugasov. Statecraft. The West is now satisfied that Chernobyl was solely the result of operator error, which it essentially was. We have you to thank for that, and we intend to.
Hero of the Soviet Union.
Our highest honor. They haven't even given it to me.
Promotion to director of the Kurchatov Institute. I'm humbled.
I don't think there's anything humble about you, Valery Alexeyevich. And these rewards are not yours yet. First, your testimony at the trial.
Comrade Charkov, I understand my duty to the state. But you gave us assurances. The reactors would be made safe. It's been months. No changes have been made. No changes even discussed.
First, the trial. Once it's over, we will have our villains, we will have our hero, we will have our truth. After that, we can deal with the reactors.
Did you take a train?
Yes, I took a train. Now let's talk about Vienna. I'm not here to scold you. I know how the world works, despite what Shabina says.
So, why are you here?
Because I'm brutally stubborn, which you were hoping for.
Charkov is saying they're going to fix the reactors after the trial.
Do you believe him? The state will never willingly fix the reactors because acknowledging the problem means admitting that they lied. They will have to be forced. At the trial, you're going to tell the truth. You're going to convince a jury.
It's a show trial. The jury's already been handed their verdict.
I'm not talking about them. The Central Committee have invited members of the scientific community to observe the trial. Our colleagues from Kurchatov, from Sredmash, from Minenergo. They will be sitting in the crowd listening to every word you say. A jury that only we know is there. And when your testimony arrives at the moment of the explosion, that is when our jury will finally hear the truth.
And do what with it?
Insist on reform. Not just to the RBMK, but the entire industry. They can't function without us. If we...
Do you know what happened to Volkov, the man whose report you found? They just removed him
from his position at the Institute. Sacked for the crime of knowing. And you think that these scientists, handpicked to witness a show trial, will somehow be stirred into action by me because of some heroic stance I take in defiance of the state?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're Valery Legasov and you mean something. I'd like to think that if I spoke out, it would be enough. But I know how the world works.
They will shoot me, Khomyuk.
You told me to find out what happened. I spoke to dozens of people. Every word they said, I wrote down. All in these books. These are the ones who are still alive. These are the ones who are dead. They died rescuing each other, putting out fires, tending to the wounded. They didn't hesitate, they didn't waver. They simply did what had to be done.
So have I. So have I. I went willingly to an open reactor. So I've already given my life. Isn't that enough?
No, I'm sorry, but it is not.
Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR has determined that justice be carried out on behalf of the people in accordance with the general goal of our party, as determined by its 20th, 21st, and 22nd Congresses, which is a Leninist goal. It was, is, and will be the only immutable goal in the Soviet state. The path of Leninist principles shall be consistently and undeviatingly followed, as it expresses the vital interests of the Soviet people, its hopes and aspirations as we guide the life of the party and state. This session of court is now open. Comrade Judge Milan Kadnikov presiding. Indictments: Viktor Brukhanov, Anatoly Dyatlov, Nikolai Fomin are accused of violating Article 220, Section 2 of the Criminal Code of the Soviet Union, resulting in a nuclear disaster on April 26, 1986. The state calls witnesses Comrade Khomyuk of the Belarusian Nuclear Institute, Comrade Legasov of the Kurchatov Institute of Atomic Energy, and Comrade Boris Yevdokimovich Sherbina, Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers and Head of the Bureau for Fuel and Energy.
It began with, of all things, a safety test. Why was there need for a safety test at all? Reactor number 4 was not new when the accident occurred. In fact, it went into operation on December 20th, 1983. And 11 days later, on the last day of the year, plant director Viktor Brukhanov signed this document, certifying the completion of the construction of the reactor. As a result of finishing the work before the end of the year, Comrade Brukhanov was awarded Hero of Socialist Labor. Comrade Famin was awarded for valorous labor. Comrade Dyatlov was given an Order of the Red Banner. But the work was not finished. And this document was a lie. In order to sign this certificate, all safety tests had to have been successfully completed, and yet one remained. A nuclear reactor generates heat in the core here. A series of pumps here and here send a constant flow of cooling water through the core. The core's heat turns the water to steam, and the steam spins the turbine here, and the result is electricity. But what if a power plant has no power? What if the power feeding the plant itself is disrupted? A blackout, equipment failure, or an attack by a foreign enemy? If there's no power, the pumps cannot move water through the core, and without water, the core overheats, the fuel melts down, in short, a nuclear disaster. The solution? 3 diesel fuel backup generators here. So, problem solved? No. Brukhanov knew that the problem was not solved at all. The backup generators took approximately 1 minute to reach the speed required to power the pumps and prevent a meltdown. And by that time, it would be too late. So we arrive at the safety test. The theory was this: if the facility lost power, the turbine which had been spinning would take some time to slow down and stop. What if you could take the electricity it was still generating and transfer it to the pumps? What if the dying turbine could keep the pumps working long enough to bridge the 60-second gap until the generators came on? Any questions?
No. Continue, please.
To test this theory, the reactor is placed in a reduced power mode, 700 megawatts, to simulate a blackout condition. Then the turbines are turned off, and as they slowly spin down, their electrical output is measured to see if it's enough to power the pumps. The science is strong, but a test is only as good as the men carrying it out. And the first time they tried, they failed. The second time they tried, they failed. The third time they tried, they failed. And the fourth time they tried was April 26, 1986.
Comrade Hamyuk.
To understand what happened that night, we have to go back 10 hours earlier, April 25th, the day the test was meant to take place. By 2 in the afternoon, the reactor has been lowered by half from its normal output level of 3,200 megawatts to 1,600 megawatts and is stable and ready to be reduced to its final output level for the test, 700 megawatts. But before they can proceed, there is a phone call. Power grid officials in Kiev say that they cannot afford a further reduction in electricity until after midnight. They are asking for a 10-hour delay. This is the first critical moment, the first link in the chain of disaster. Competent management would have insisted on cancelling the test. These 3 men allowed it to proceed. Why was this delay so dangerous? It created 2 problems. One of them is scientific in nature, and the other is very human. This is the one we will consider first. At midnight, there is a shift change.
Forget it. Find another fool.
Topped enough. Want to buy a motorcycle?
Topped enough. He's just a little boy. He's got more hair on his face than on his balls.
Yeah. Is that what's on his lip?
Leonid Fedorovich, Akimov says to come to the control room as soon as you can.
Is he already here?
He came in early. Something about a test.
You see? Desperate. What?
Sasha.
You know the test they're supposed to run? Turbine rundown. They tried it last year. They couldn't do it on the day shift, so they've given it to us.
To us? We don't know what... We don't know what it is.
It's fine. We take it down to 700, hold it there. The rest is Stoliachuk and Kirschenbaum, but Dyatlov is going to be supervising.
I have to do something I've never done before with Dyatlov looking over my shoulder.
Oh, don't worry. We'll do it together. Just look at the instructions now.
Are we supposed to do those or not?
Yes, this is Akimov from 4. I have the manual for the rundown test. You did it last year. Yes, in the program there's instructions of what to do, and then, well, there's a lot of things crossed out. What should I? Well, what should I? Are you sure? Right. Thank you. He says to follow the crossed out instructions.
So then why are they crossed out?
We've been cleared to run the test. 1600, good. Is it too much to ask that you all know what you're doing?
Well, yes, absolutely.
Steliachuk? Yes. Kirschenbaum? I haven't reviewed. We only just found out we're there. Review it. Or you can just do what I tell you. I think even you, stupid as you are, can manage that. Well, let's go. Switch the turbine off while the reactor's still running. This is not good. Shut the fuck up and do your job. Topped and off. Reduce power to 700.
I've never done this with the power so low before. It's okay, I'm with you.
Reducing power to 700.
I want you to think of Yuri Gagarin. I want you to imagine that he has been told nothing of his mission into space until the moment that he is on the launch pad. I want you to imagine that all he has is a list of instructions that he has never seen before, some of which have been crossed out. This is exactly what was happening in the control room of Reactor 4. The night shift had not been trained to perform the experiment. They hadn't even been warned it was happening. Leonid Topchenov, the operator responsible for controlling and stabilizing the reactor that night, was all of 25 years old. And his total experience on the job? 4 months. This is the human problem created by the delay. But inside the reactor core, in the space between the atoms themselves, something far more dangerous is forming. A poison. The time is 28 past midnight.
Comrade Legasov.
I'm pleased to see some of my colleagues here from the Kurchatov Institute and Minenergo. But you don't need to be a nuclear scientist to understand what happened at Chernobyl. You only need to know this. There are essentially two things that happen inside a nuclear reactor. The reactivity which generates power either goes up or it goes down. That's it. All the operators do is maintain balance. Uranium fuel. As uranium atoms split apart and collide, reactivity goes up. But if you don't balance the reactivity, it never stops rising. So, boron control rods. They reduce reactivity like brakes on a car. But there's a third factor to consider: water. Cool water takes heat out of the system. As it does, it turns to steam, or what we call a void. In an RBMK reactor of the type used at Chernobyl, there's something called a positive void coefficient. What does that mean? It means that the more steam present within the system, the higher the reactivity, which means more heat, which means more steam, which means it would appear we have a vicious cycle on our hands. And we would, were it not for this. And we would, were it not for this, the negative temperature coefficient. When nuclear fuel gets hotter, it gets less reactive. So, fuel increases reactivity. Control rods and water reduce it. Steam increases it. The rise in temperature reduces it. This is the invisible dance that powers entire cities without smoke or flame. And it is beautiful when things are normal. As uranium splits apart to release energy, it breaks down into a new element, xenon. Xenon reduces reactivity. This is the poison Comrade Homut mentioned. When the core is running at full power, it burns the xenon away before it can cause a problem. But because of the delay, Chernobyl Reactor 4 has been held at half power for 10 hours. The xenon did not burn away. It built up, poisoning the core. We're starting to lose balance. At 28 minutes past midnight, the reactor is now primed to slow down. And yet, in less than an hour, it will explode. If you can't understand how a stalled nuclear reactor could lead to an explosion, I don't blame you. After all, you don't work in the control room of a nuclear power plant. But as it turned out, the men who didn't understand it either.
Easy now. Take it down. Good. Like that.
You should have finished by now.
We're following protocol for reduction rate.
You're procrastinating. There are 10 other men in this plant would have done it already.
Keep working, you're doing fine.
Kirschenbaum, come get me when these old women are ready.
Yes, Comrade Dyatlov.
Okay, very slow now. Let's ease it down to 700. Whoa, 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 slow.
I didn't move any rods there.
What is this?
I'm not even touching it.
did everything right. I think that maybe the core is poisoned.
Well, if you thought the core was poison, then you didn't do everything right because you're choking my reactor. Get it back up.
I think if we turn off LAC, it may be possible to get more control.
Do it, go.
Right, switch off local automatic control. Go to global. Leonid.
LAC disabled, global control activated.
What did you do?
I did what you said. I switched.
Look at it!
I don't understand.
Fucking amateurs, you stalled the reactor. How the fuck did you get this job?
Comrade Dyatlov.
You're gonna tell me that you did everything right again, you incompetent arsehole?
I apologize for this unsatisfactory result.
What are you doing?
We have to shut all the way down.
No.
We could be in a xenon pit. We have to shut down, wait 24 hours.
No, we're doing the test tonight. Raise power to 700.
We can't raise the power from here. The rules.
Don't talk to me about rules.
If we fall from 80%...
No, we fell from 50% of
from
power.
50%, it's even
The rules
worse.
don't say 50. There is no rule.
Comrade Dyatlov, I apologize, but what you're saying makes no sense.
Raise the power.
No. I won't do it. It isn't safe.
Safety first. Always. I've been saying that for 25 years. That's how long I've done this job. 25 years. Is that longer than you, Akimov?
Yes.
Is it much longer?
Yes.
And you with your mother's tit barely out your mouth? See, if I say it's safe, and if the two of you disagree, then you don't have to work here, and you won't. But not just here, you won't work at Kursk, or Ignalina, or Leningrad, or Novovoronezh. You won't work anywhere ever again. I'll see to it. I think you know I will see to it. Raise the power.
I would like you to record your command.
Raise the power.
Together then.
I wasn't even there.
What?
I wasn't in the room when they raised the power.
If you weren't there, then where were you?
Legasov, you are a witness, not a prosecutor. I will ask the questions here. If you weren't in the room, then where were you?
The toilet.
The toilet. Comrade Khamyuk interviewed everyone who was in the control room that night. They all told the same story. I knew what Dyatlov ordered was wrong. That if I didn't do what he said, I would be fired. Leonid Toptinov. One day before he died. No, Comrade Dyatlov, you were in the room. You ordered them to raise the power. This is a fact.
Court is now in recess, 30 minutes.
Do you know anything about this town, Chernobyl?
Not really, no.
It was mostly Jews and Poles. The Jews were killed in pogroms, and Stalin forced the Poles out. And then the Nazis came and killed whoever was left. But after the war, people came to live here anyway. They knew the ground under their feet was soaked in blood, but they didn't care. Dead Jews, dead Poles. but not them. No one ever thinks it's going to happen to them. And here we are.
How much time?
Maybe a year. They call it a... they call it a long illness. It doesn't seem very long to me. I know you told me and I believed you. But time passed and I thought it wouldn't happen to me. I wasted it. I wasted it all for nothing.
For nothing?
Do you remember that morning when I first called you? How unconcerned I was. I don't believe much that comes out of the Kremlin, but when they told me they were putting me in charge of the cleanup, and they said it wasn't serious, I believed them. You know why?
Because they put you in charge.
I'm an inconsequential man, Valera. That's all I've ever been. I hoped that one day I would matter, but I didn't. I just stood next to people who did.
There are other scientists like me. Any one of them could have done what I did. But you, everything we asked for, everything we needed. Men, material, lunar rovers. Who else could have done these things? They heard me, but they listened to you. Of all the ministers and all the deputies, the entire congregation of obedient fools, they mistakenly sent the one good man. For God's sakes, Boris. You were the one who mattered most.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Comrade Legasov.
The time is 38 past midnight. The reactor is nearly shut down. The operators of Reactor 4 are locked on a path that leads directly to disaster. There's no way to turn back. They do not yet know it, but the die is cast. At 30 megawatts, xenon is still being created, but none of it is burning away. The reactor is drowning in poison. To make matters worse, the reactor isn't hot enough to produce sufficient steam. The only way to safely raise power from this state is to do it very, very slowly over the course of 24 hours. But Dyatlov wants it done now. Akimov and Toptonov have only one course of action. They begin pulling control rods out. Dozens at a time, halfway out, three-quarters of the way out. Still, the power does not budge. So they begin pulling them all the way out. There were 211 control rods in Reactor 4. Akimov and Toptonov completely withdrew 205. Remember, control rods are the brakes on this car. Of 211 rods, only 6 now remain in the reactor. As for the fuel, it's gone cold, so the negative temperature coefficient is no longer weighing down the reactivity. But even still, the xenon poisoning is so strong, the best they can do is raise the power to 200 megawatts. The control rods are out, the emergency system has been disconnected, the only thing keeping the reactor in check is water and xenon. It's 1 in the morning, the test is minutes away.
Oh, sorry. This is all we can get. It's 200 megawatts. We pulled almost everything out.
That's all we have, that's all we have.
But the test requires 700.
Steliachuk, let's get ready. Switch on pump 4.
No, wait a sec.
Steliachuk.
No, we have barely enough steam as it is. The turbine is going too slow for the test to deliver any valid results. And if we add more water, there will be even
I
less.
said it's enough. I know what I'm doing. Steliachuk.
Yeah, main pump 4 connected. We should warn Herdemchuk, the pipes are going to be jumping.
Never mind him. Kirschenbaum.
Now, the steam in the separator drum is too low, 5 atmospheres.
All right, let's all help him. Get it up as best you can.
We should stop.
Turn that fucking thing off. You have 15 minutes.
15 minutes. They may as well have had 15 days. The problem they were facing was not solvable. The power was too low, the water was too high. The test was already ruined. The results would have been useless, but Dyatlov didn't care. All he wanted to do was report a completed test. 1:22 a.m. Less than 2 minutes remain. Yuvchenko, a mechanical engineer, is in his office. Perevoschenko, reactor section foreman, is in the refueling hall, high above the 1,000-ton steel reactor cover. Diktayenko, Hordemchuk, circulation operators are in the pump room. None of them have been told about the test. None of them know what is about to happen. At 1:22 and 30 seconds, Toptonov sees a report from the reactor's Scala computer system. Based on the absence of sufficient control rods, the computer is recommending that the reactor be shut down.
Well, of course it's saying that. It doesn't know we're running a test. All right, comrades. Another few minutes, it'll all be over. Kirschenbaum, when you're ready.
We did everything right.
Oscillograph on. Closing number 8 throttle valve. Generator rotor beginning rundown.
1:23 and 4 seconds. With every decision, they have pulled this reactor back like a slingshot, further than anyone has ever pulled. Now the test begins. The pumps are shut down, and they've let go. The pumps stop moving water through the reactor. Uranium fuel is now unchecked by fresh coolant, unchecked by control rods. The balance immediately swings in the opposite direction. In less than a second, reactivity increases. Inside the core, the remaining water is quickly converting to steam. A void is being created. There is no fresh water to replace it. Steam increases reactivity, increases heat, increases steam, increases reactivity. The remaining xenon decays away. The power is rising. There's nothing left to stop it. 1:23 and 35 seconds.
We have a power surge, Sasha.
What did you do?
1:23 and 40 seconds. In every control room of every nuclear reactor in the world, there is a button with one single purpose: to scram or instantly shut down the reaction. In Soviet reactors, that button is called AZ5. You press AZ5, all of the control rods insert at once, and the reaction is stopped dead. But
What are you waiting for, Legasov? Tell your lies.
Comrade Dyatlov, you will not be warned again.
Or what? For God's sake, Legasov's already given it away. He said before
Comrade Dyatlov.
there was no way to avoid what was coming. He knows something.
Comrade Dyatlov.
She knows something. I know what you are, Valery Alexeyevich. You're a liar.
We've heard enough for today. The defendants will be remanded in custody. Court will...
I haven't finished. I still have more evidence to give.
It's not necessary. Your testimony is concluded. Your Honor.
Court is now adjourned. We will resume tomorrow.
Let him finish.
Comrade Sabina.
Let him finish.
Dyatlov broke every rule we have. He pushed a reactor to the brink of destruction. He did these things believing there was a failsafe. AZ5, a simple button to shut it all down. But in the circumstances he created, there wasn't. The shutdown system had a fatal flaw. At 1:23:40, Akimov engages AZ5. The fully withdrawn control rods begin moving back into the reactor. These rods are made of boron, which reduces reactivity, but not the tips. The tips are made of graphite, which accelerates reactivity.
Why?
Why? For the same reason our reactors do not have containment buildings around them, like those in the West. For the same reason we don't use properly enriched fuel in our cores. For the same reason we are the only nation that builds water-cooled, graphite-moderated reactors with a positive void coefficient. It's cheaper. The first part of the rods that enter the core are the graphite tips, and when they do, the reaction in the core, which had been rising, skyrockets. Every last molecule of liquid water instantly converts to steam, which expands and ruptures a series of fuel rod channels. The control rods in those channels can move no further. The graphite tips are fixed in position, endlessly accelerating the reaction. Chernobyl Reactor 4 is now a nuclear bomb. 1:23:42. Perevoschenko looks down on the enormous steel lid of the reactor and sees the impossible. The control rod and fuel channel caps, which each weigh 350 kilograms, are jumping up and down. He runs to warn the control room, but there's nothing he can do to stop what is coming. 1:23:44. The steam blows more fuel channels apart. We do not know how high the power went. We only know the final reading. Reactor 4, designed to operate at 3,200 megawatts, went beyond 33,000. The pressure inside the core can no longer be held back. At long last, we have arrived
123:45, explosion. In the instant the lid is thrown off the reactor, oxygen rushes in. It combines with hydrogen and superheated graphite. The chain of disaster is now complete. No one in the room that night knew the shutdown button could act as a detonator. They didn't know it because it was kept from them.
Comrade Legasov, you're contradicting your own testimony in Vienna.
The testimony in Vienna was a lie. I lied to the world. I'm not the only one who kept this secret. There are many who were following orders from the KGB, from the Central Committee, and right now there are 16 reactors in the Soviet Union with the same fatal flaw. 3 of them are still running, less than 20 kilometers away at Chernobyl.
Professor Legasov, if you mean to suggest the Soviet state is somehow responsible for what happened, then I must warn you, you are treading on dangerous ground.
I've already trod on dangerous ground. We're on dangerous ground right now because of our secrets and our lies. They're practically what define us. When the truth offends, we lie and lie until we can no longer remember it is even there, but it is still there. Every lie we tell incurs a debt to the truth. Sooner or later, that debt is paid. That is how an RBMK reactor core explodes. Lies.
Valery Alexeyevich Legasov, son of Alexei Legasov, head of Ideological Compliance Central Committee. Do you know what your father did there?
Yes.
As a student, you had a leadership position in Komsomol. communist youth, correct?
You already know.
Answer the question.
Yes.
At the Kachatov Institute, you were the Communist Party secretary. In that position, you limited the promotion of Jewish scientists.
Yes.
To curry favor with Kremlin officials. You're one of us like ourselves. I can do anything I want with you. But what I want the most is for you to know that I know. You're not brave. You're not heroic. You're just a dying man who forgot himself.
I know who I am. And I know what I've done. In a just world, I'd be shot for my lies, but not for this, not for the truth.
Scientists. And your idiot obsession with reasons. When the bullet hits your skull, what will it matter? Why? No one's getting shot like ourselves. The whole world saw you in Vienna. It would be embarrassing to kill you now. And for what? Your testimony today will not be accepted by the state. It will not be disseminated in the press. It never happened. No. You will live, however long you have, but not as a scientist, not anymore. You keep your title and your office, but no duties, no authority, no friends. No one will talk to you. No one will listen to you. Other men, lesser men, will receive credit for the things you have done. Your legacy is now their legacy. You'll live long enough to see that. What role did Shubina play in this?
None. He didn't know what I was going to say.
What role did Khomyuk play in this?
None. She didn't know either.
After all you've said and done today, it would be curious if you chose this moment to lie.
I would think a man of your experience would know a lie when he hears one.
You will not meet or communicate with either one of them ever again. You will not communicate with anyone about Chernobyl ever again. You will remain so immaterial to the world around you that when you finally do die, it will be exceedingly hard to know that you ever lived at all.
If I refuse,
why worry about something that isn't going to happen?
why worry about something that isn't going to happen? Oh, that's perfect. They should put that on our money. To be a scientist is to be naive.
We are so focused on our search for truth, we fail to consider how few actually want us to find it. But it is always there, whether we see it or not, whether we choose to or not. The truth doesn't care about our needs or wants. It doesn't care about our governments, our ideologies, our religions. It will lie in wait for all time. And this, at last, is the gift of Chernobyl. Where I once would fear the cost of truth, now I only ask, what is the cost of lies?
You